Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube. Let's get into it. Okay, so we had a significant drawdown in pre-market due to the Asian collapse. The Asian market, I'm not going to say collapse, but some drawdown there. We have the 50 moving average at 32.05. I never really pay attention to it, but today's a different day. So let's see how we react to this 50 first of all. Remember, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk on the channel. The traders that appear in the broadcast and affiliate companies are not liable for any loss inflicted in relation to its content. And then go to Last Buy Trading so I can get you sorted. All right, let's begin. Let's see if they want to touch that, if they want to test that 50 real quick. So the 50 moving average, also another major indicator. It's another major average, so we got to see what they want to do at the 50. Everything's below the water. We have our 5 moving average at 43.18. So we see the 5 cross below the 20. Let's see what happens if we get above 36.25. We're probably not going to be interested inside here. We want to see if something like this happens, if we can get above. And then we'll look for continuation. We want to have the presence of mind to watch out for something like this underneath that moving average. Everyone following along? Everyone tracking? Are you tracking with me? And then if they want to get violent, if they woke up on the side of violence today, let's look for something like this. So if you don't have the patience to wait till above 63.25, or excuse me, 36.25. If you don't have that patience, this ain't for you. You're just gambling your money. In my estimation, I believe we are on a higher time frame, at least a 30-minute chart, downtrend. So we've broken that uptrend. This is my opinion. You know, obviously on the you can go on a higher time frame and be like, no, we're still going up. On the 30-minute time frame, it looks like we're on a downtrend, right? A pullback. Now this 50 has, you know, similar to our 5 and similar to the 20, the 50 is a psychological level. A lot of traders use the 50 moving average. So this is why I added it. It's going to be in blue. I might leave it here. We might leave it. When it breaks, it's probably going to move. It's probably going to move whenever it breaks. Yeah, I really don't use the 50 that much, but it's a new day. It's a new day. Today's that day. I think mainly because I see the value in it. I see the value in it today, you know, specifically today. So I think it's going to be relevant today, and I think that's a reasonable estimation. I know a lot of people use it to trade off of, but I think today is a different day. You see they're building up something, right? They're building it. We already know they're building it. On a much smaller scale, we want to see if they're doing something like this. Much smaller scale. We want to see if they're going to give us a mini inverse cup handle and then the push down. But then we got to worry about the 50, right? So the risk to reward here, probably very small. I'm going to clean up the chart just a bit because it looks a little confusing right now. So I think we know the game plan here. If you don't know the game plan, you better say something. Because we only have 3 options and we'll know exactly what each one looks like. So say it now if you don't understand. What's the plan? Okay. So for calls, we gotta wait for this. Okay, we gotta wait for above 36.25 because we don't want to get caught in here. For puts, it's gonna be a break and retest underneath the 50. Otherwise, we're just stuck in here. All right, so here, I'm gonna draw it again. Ready? You ready, sup? Here we go. I'm gonna draw it one more time. We have to watch out for this right here. Underneath that. This right here. For the push up. Meaning this area right here might get a little violent. Because we're trying to guess, right? We need to make a bet. Did that gap down, was that the market, did the market already absorb that? And now they're trying to lick some wounds to cover the gap? Or are we gonna continue? Does the market see like just doom and gloom in the near future? So that's what we need to try to figure out. Is it like, okay, Asian markets, boom, we reached the level of where Asian markets now have been accounted for, and now we're gonna see consolidation? Or if they're like, cool story, bro, you just stopped out everybody, we're gonna continue up. Because it has much larger implications on for the broader market. because it could just be people taking profit. But if too many people take profit at the same time, then trouble. So look, if that mini inverse cup and handle would have played out, then we would have had a better chance of our break and retest underneath the 50. But it seems like this 50 is holding up. We may not be ready for that type of pain today, but we'll find out. Because if we get underneath the 50, where's the 200? 200's at 689. Yeah, we're not ready for that type of pain yet, maybe. We'll find out. So remember, in between here, probably not a lot to do, okay? Probably not a lot to do. Let them figure it out. All right, now Discord, if you pay attention to your 5-minute chart, you'll see we never got a break and retest underneath this lick box here, okay? We never got a break and retest underneath this lick box here. So I've already plotted it out for you. So here's how it would have worked. This is just, let's say, right? Let's say that on opening drive, we immediately started pushing down underneath this 50. Then we would have had to look for the retest and the reject of the 50, right? That's how it would have worked if it went the other way. That doesn't mean the 50 isn't on the menu. It just means it's not ready yet. So we need to allow these things to happen, right? There can only be so many things that are going to happen, and we have to understand how we're going to get there. Once we understand how we're going to get there, and you'll understand the probabilities and the likelihood of something. So I normally don't use the 50, but I think today was a good day to start. All right, so we might start seeing some violence in here, right? We might start seeing some violence right here. Now, let's say your bet is going to be the rejection of this, which we haven't let me actually, I need to go to work. I'm just sitting here talking, I'm not even working. I need to clean this up for a second. Hold on. I'll put it all back, but let me go to work real quick. We're gonna look for maybe this purple, but the purple for puts, but the purple can only get us to the 50. So risk to reward wherever the purple is, we'll find out. All right, we're at this key level here. Now remember, we want to see if we're gonna do this. Oh, excuse me. Before we go, maybe to fill this gap. So look, if it didn't immediately go underneath the 50, then we knew the target most likely had to be up here, right? But if you didn't know, now you know. And now we're going to see if we're going to grab liquidity from up here and either do this or this. Underneath that 50. But did everyone see how that worked? Before Soap Wall, she asked me, what's the play? Either we get immediately underneath this 50, or this was the target. You understand why it had to be like this? It just simply had to be. This was, not that it had to, but you know what I'm saying. Most likely. Most likely. That was our best bet. So if it didn't immediately shoot down and get below this 50, then that means we got some explaining to do up here. So if you took the break and retest of this lick box right here, you need to protect this trade. So on our 5-minute chart, here we go, watch. We had a break into this lick box right here. We had the break. This candle had the retest right to the level, and then the rejection. Now, it just so happened that everything worked out ideally today. Today was ideal, right? Everything happened the way it should. Every level was hit the way it should have been. It doesn't happen like this every day, but now you see what it should look like. If we didn't immediately get underneath the 50, then we knew this had to be the next target. From here, we don't know. Now, if we get somewhere below this purple here, then we know the 50 might be back on the menu. From here, we still have the opportunity to do, I'm going to clean this up just a little bit. Just a little bit. We still have the opportunity to do this. Here. Back to our, what is this? Magenta. and maybe even here. So this purple is going to be important, right? So from this point here, we have more probabilities to the upside than we do the downside. So now we need to wait, because we knew it was going to be violent right in here. This is no surprise, right? Now, Jimmy James, 75%, that's a good day. However, today, I think you know by now, Jimmy, I don't have to tell you Jimmy James, I'm just saying it so everyone else. This was ideal, right? Everything happened the way it should have. So when the ideal situation happens, now you know what it needs to look like. Now you know what ideal looks like. So when I'm saying ideally we like to see this, it's not because I'm making it up in my head. It's because this is how the market works. So we see 37.10, or yeah, somewhere around here, has a little bit of resistance, right? Or excuse me, yeah, resistance. And look, just because you see the candles rejecting underneath this little, that doesn't mean anything. This is, you know, I'm just freehand drawing this. You know, there's no way I could have known it was literally going to be right here. I'm telling you, that doesn't mean anything. So let it play out a little bit. So what I'm trying to say is, don't look at these yellow drawings and figure, okay, the candles are going to follow right on that yellow drawing. That's not what I'm saying. Cruz, you can't see the lick boxes? Let me know if anyone else is having that issue. You may need to refresh your browser. Now look, we already knew we was going to do this right here, right? We already knew we was going to do this. Are you willing to hold through the weak cycle? That's what you should be asking yourself. Or are you happy with the key level? We're inside this next liquidity box here, so we'll see. All right, protect your trade. If you took this flexion right here, you need to protect this trade. This is good money. This is good money right here. Protect the trade. I'm just going to clean up the chart just a bit. Just cleaning up the chart just a bit so it's not so confusing. Now we're going to come up to the same dilemma right here at, what is this? 39.22. Past this, I got nothing. So we're gonna have to see. All right, does everyone understand that we had to be in calls because the put scenario never presented itself? The put scenario was below the 50. So we had to be in calls because the put scenario just never presented itself. It was never an option. Or maybe purple, right? This purple would be optimal. This purple down here would be optimal. You might be able to get on a counter. Okay, now we hit the target. Well, not really, but we hit the my little drawing target, so I'm happy with that. We hit my little target here. I'm gonna clean up the chart. All right, from here, we have this as an option, and we have this as an option. Otherwise, we're still just heading up in this magenta here. Now look, on the 5, I only have accounted for till 39.20. On the, okay, 39.22. So somewhere up here is the only thing I have accounted for. So if you took the call, you need to start protecting your trade like now. Look, this morning, right? This is all I had accounted for. So now we're going to figure out our life. If we break this magenta here, then we'll know something's funny. If you made money today, you need to think about calling it a day. Today was ideal. This morning was ideal. It's not always going to be this easy. All right, the magenta on our 5 is starting to get tested. If I could pay my bills on one trade, that would be nice, wouldn't it? You need to lower your cost of living. Lower your cost. You live the lavish life. Cocaine and hooker spit cost a lot of money. All right, we see the a little hesitation right here because we know there's a lot of liquidity right here. Plenty of liquidity right here. All right, we're about to hit this target on our 5. So I got nothing past this. I got nothing past this right here. We're gonna figure it out. If we stay inside here, we'll have an idea. Now look, today's been just the ideal situation. It's not always this easy, especially last few days, right? Last few days has been choppy and sloppy, but you know, yesterday I told you they're building it for today. They're just building the move for today. It didn't even, sure, I guess we can attribute the pullback on the Asian markets to the drawdown. But we already knew they're building it for today. That's just how it works. They're going to give whatever excuse, but they had to be building it for today. That's just the answer. Unfortunately, it happened pre-market. But I think we were able to take advantage of this morning. All right, target hit. I got nothing past this. Target hit. I got nothing else. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to the website, livespytrading.com. I'll get you sorted. I'll get you sorted. We do this every day. We do this every single day. I'll mark out this one right here because this is our call entry here. I'm going to clean up the chart just a bit. Target hit, right? Perfect. So now we got to find out what's going to happen here. So Discord, you know what the way down looks like if it wants to go down. Otherwise, we're just doing this. And then we got to be careful that we don't just do this, right? Don't start to FOMO now. Wait for the proper setup. And if it never presents itself, then there's no trade. You don't have to feel FOMO. You don't need to feel like you missed out on anything. We literally do this every day, so you're not missing out. Stop trying to do the counter trend scalp and trying to get a couple bucks. Wait for the proper setup. It'll happen. It always does. Every day we do this. Don't feel weird. Don't feel like you missed out. Like, oh man, I knew I should have bought the call. Look, it happened. You know, don't do that to yourself. This takes time. This doesn't just happen just because. It takes a good amount of time for you to feel comfortable with being uncomfortable. You understand what I'm saying? That if certain things need to happen, if it doesn't happen, there's no trade. The market is giving us all the data we need. If you're trying to get ahead of it and you're trying to make a bet without seeing information, I'm giving you the information you need, right? You see where the put setup is. You see the downside. There's no reason to think otherwise. Unless you're betting. You're gambling. We don't have to do that. You don't need to gamble. For what? You know, this is a business. It's that gambling and trying to go off of vibes and, you know, let me make a quick buck. You got to cut that out. I need you all to succeed. You're never going to succeed if you keep going off of gambling or feeling FOMO and jumping in the middle of a lick bot, whatever it is. I'm just saying, there's things that need to happen. Wait for the A1 setups. If it doesn't happen, then fine. You know where the money is, because it's very hard to be wrong twice in a row. Remember that. You're not going to win every trade. Some of them you're going to have to take the stab to see which one works. So get it out of your mind that if you don't win every trade, that this isn't for you. Because I don't know any profession, career, whatever you want to call it, where you're 100% successful. You never make a mistake, or the thing just doesn't work out beyond your control. That's not a thing. So this irrational expectation of yourself, it doesn't work like that. Either you're taking the trade or you're not. So if the setup is there and everything looks proper, either you're taking the trade or you're not. Going back and saying, oh man, I shoulda, woulda, coulda, that's not going to help you. How's that been working out so far? Now I'm giving you the data way ahead of time. Way ahead of time. 2 minutes into the market open, we already had the entire move set up. Before the market open, maybe this is me being biased, but I literally showed you the path it's going to take with lick boxes each way. I literally showed you the path. Now it doesn't mean, again, today was ideal. Today was the ideal. Everything did what it was supposed to do. But this is the game we're playing. This is part of the job description. So if you don't take any risk, you're going to get no reward. No risk, no reward. You got to take a risk at some point. At some point, you got to take the risk. Just don't over leverage. As long as you don't over leverage, we're going to catch it on the other side. We know exactly what it needs to look like. And if there's not enough time in the day to catch it on the other side, then wait for the next setup tomorrow, because we do this every day. We want to win the war by the end of the week. That's the important thing. And the reason I'm saying the week is because during the day, we may not have enough time to catch the other side. You understand what I'm saying? But it's very hard to be wrong twice in a row. If you're wrong twice in a row, it's because you're stopping yourself out before the play plays out. Or you're not putting your stops where they need to be. Above the last high, below the last low. This is the answer, I'm telling you. How do I know? Because I've been there. Done it. If you're hyper-focused on your brokerage and you're zoomed in so close that every red candle looks like doomsday, that's going to mess with your mental. You need to zoom out. If we're in this trend here, then we're in the trend. If we're in magenta, then we're in magenta. So magenta has a lot of wiggle room in here. A lot of wiggle room. The risk, if it breaks this one, we could just easily start another one. Where the likely put scenario is. So if you're not willing to wait for that likely put scenario, you're trying to call the top, then you got problems. You got problems that go and we have to understand ourselves. If we are not capable of following the rules, then don't sit in here wasting your money, hoping maybe one day you can, either you're gonna, this takes time. This takes time, but you got to know yourself. You can always train and mold yourself. You can always do that. But I recommend you do that with paper trading. Do that with paper trading. Then once you get some consistency with the paper trading, that means you get it. And that's going to take time. We know there's a lot of liquidity right here, right? I don't have anything planned out past this point right here. So now we need to see. From last level of liquidity, here's what we got, right? This. Underneath here, maybe something different. Now this is where you're patient. This is where you're patient. And before you take a trade, review all your charts. Does this make sense? right? Does it make sense? Are we above or below the water? Do we have room for this to happen? Am I willing to wait through the week cycle? These are the questions you need to ask yourself. Should I wait for the ideal setup? Or is this continuing in the same trend? Are we just continuing the same trend? Have we even broken any level of liquidity, right? This is our diagonal liquidity here. Have we even broken that? This is what you need to ask yourself. So you don't need to guess. You don't need to sit here and try to figure it out and guess and hope for the best. We have setups. If they work, great. You're going off of the record, my record. This is what you're going off of. Now look through the past 3-4 weeks. Actually, look for a year and a half now. And you tell me if the record is solid or not. So if you're not where you want to be, it's going to take you time. And there's nothing more I can say to make you feel any better. There's no amount of drawing, perfect paths or pretty little colors on the screen that's going to make you all of a sudden your risk tolerance increase or decrease. There's no amount that I can do. This is a very personal journey. Only you know your bank account. Only you know your expenses. This is a very personal journey. So if you're coming in here expecting a get-rich-quick scheme, that's not what this is. This is a career. And the beneficial part about this is you didn't have to sit there for years trying to figure out how it works. What you need to try to figure out, your job is managing your risk. Your job is understanding what the setups are and what the risk is involved. That's it. You don't need to figure out the candles. You don't need to figure out levels. I got that. You just need to manage your risk. And don't be greedy. And take money when you see it. And the rest will fall into place. It has to work like this. I know it works like this. I'm here, I'm just being quiet. I'll shut up now. I'll be quiet. I just need you guys to succeed, that's all. It's very important to me. Now from here, this is what you should be thinking. Now you should be thinking this from here, okay? We see there's a lot more paths to the upside than the downside, right? So all this states is that we're in a very strong uptrend. If you're trying to fight the trend, you have to understand you're scalping, you're in and out, you're making the money 30-45 seconds, you get the money and you get out. If it dumps and goes, great. But understand that your risk, this is what I'm talking about. If it's gone 30 cents and you didn't already protect your trade, something's wrong with you. And the only reason I'm saying that is because look at the strong trend we have. When it breaks, we'll know. I've already drawn it out on the screen. Like 25 minutes ago, I drew it on the screen already. So you don't need to think. You don't need to think too hard. You're only managing your own personal risk. That's it. Stop sitting here guessing, oh, is it going to go up or down? That's not what we're doing here. Is it going to go up or down? If a certain thing happens, it's more likely to go in whichever direction. If a certain thing doesn't happen, then there's no trade. Now there's going to be that time where you're going to tell yourself, I think it's going to go down, and it does. But I didn't draw the setup. That's just going to happen sometimes. I get it. And then you're going to be like, man, I knew I should have listened to myself. And that's going to give you FOMO. Trust me. I know how it works. Not because you're not good or not because the market, it's always every time you do something. It's because we all do it. All of us. We're probably more similar than we are different. For example, we knew once we got above here, I got lucky on the support and resistance. I just got lucky. But we knew once we got to this level, to 36.25, when I said we're looking for calls above 36.25, and then I even told you what the resistance was, there's nothing more I can do. You know what I mean? Look, we broke that resistance. There's nothing more I can do. If you didn't take the risk, this is your own personal risk tolerance. This is your own personal risk tolerance. Knowing that the next target was right here, you have to measure your risk to reward. And stop letting one candle dictate your move. Very rarely is it a single candle issue. Very rarely. What you need to start doing is allowing the liquidity to build up. Allow it to build up. You'll see the break and retest and reject. And if you don't know, that's why you're here to learn. You don't have to know. Now you're gathering data. And if this didn't happen, then oh well, we know where the setup is, right? On the 50. So you don't have to, and we still had plenty of time. We still had all day. We still do have all day. But the point is let's say you would have got it wrong here. That doesn't mean you give up on life, right? That just means we wait for the next setup. You took the risk here. It didn't go the way it should have, that you were hoping for. You have your risk tolerance. You know where the resistance was. You know where the support was. If it breaks this, okay. Then you know where the setup is. And it would have been underneath the 50 or, most likely the purple. And then you would have had to, that's if this didn't work out, right? Everything I'm saying now is if it didn't shoot up on this break here. Let's say it didn't. Then you know that either purple, and then you're measuring risk to reward from purple to the 50. And then you're either significantly reduce that risk, or significantly reduce that loss, or come out a little bit on top. One of those two things are going to happen. I'm telling you, it's just math. Waiting for the setup, that's the hard part. Because you feel like, oh no, I lost money, and I get it. Losing money hurts. Losing money hurts. Especially when you're like, I could have just done nothing and had that money in my account. I get it. But there's also something that rings true. With no risk, there can be no reward. Now look, I told you, I got nothing past this point right here. Nothing past this. I don't know. And again, I don't know that this is going to form here. That this magenta right here, I don't know what's going to form here. I'm just doing this based off my rudimentary yellow drawing. So if it does, great. But, we know where the put setup is. We know where it is. So if you're fighting the trend, right? Look at this. If you're fighting this, then you better be in and out. couldn't get this lick box to exact levels. But it's close enough. I'm here, I'm just being quiet. I'm gonna make a phone call, but I'm still here. I'm still watching.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
All right, I'm back. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. All right, so let's do some analyzing. Look at this diagonal liquidity here. Look how much built up. So when it broke, it made sense that's going to be a little bit of retracement, right? Now we're going to put another one of these right here. I don't know that this is going to be here. I'm just being preemptive. So okay, we're going to see if we're going to stay inside this blue or not. I might be a little too tight with it. I'll give it a little bit of extra room. Give it a little bit of extra room. Now look, we got a major level right here, 36.25, major level right here. Where's that? Where's 36.25? Okay, that's back here, so that you got to be careful here. You got to measure risk to reward here. This is major liquidity right here. So let's let blue do some work. And then if blue does form again, we want it to form somewhere inside the gap. This would be ideal, right? So if we did maybe something like this to the upside, this would be ideal. Something like this. Maybe you can scalp something if we break blue before then, but we have to watch out for a secondary liquidity to form to continue down. So ideally, somewhere above 39.22 for calls. Scalping opportunities on the break of blue. Now look, I see a little bit of no man's land in here. I see a little bit of no man's land up in here. I'm just gonna clear some of this stuff up. I'm gonna clear some of this stuff up. So if you took the risk on the break of this magenta here, or the break of this one, you should be trailing along in blue. So you see now, blue has all the strength here, right? You see all the liquidity building up in blue? It has all the strength. That's what I'm saying. You don't really need to think too hard. We identified blue very early on. We identified magenta very early on. You don't need to really think too hard. You just gotta understand the risk you're taking. That's what I'm saying. If you're taking the risk on the break of this, then you know where the risk is going to be too, right? To the next level of turnaround. However, we never broke this blue, so you're probably safe as long as you're inside the blue. If you took it on this initial, when I told everyone, look, we're resisting up here. Here's the break. I don't have anything past this. If you listen to what I'm saying, it all played out. What about the 5-minute chart? That is on the 5-minute chart. This is literally on the 5-minute chart. So also, Oz, we need to learn how to overlay the 5-minute chart and the 1-minute chart and the 30-minute chart. They all have to work together. Okay? They all need to work together. This is our best bet. So on the 5-minute chart, the entry on the break of purple, 2, you know, if I'm offering 30 cents, like 26. This technically would have been a win right here on the break of the purple, right? So the 5-minute chart is literally when I said, look at all this diagonal liquidity we're building up. We reached some resistance right here. If you're scalping, fine. If you're waiting for the setup, fine. It's all happening. Everything's happening. But now if we go to our 1-minute, we see where we can meet some issues. So wait for more confirmation, I guess, if you're wait for it to be obvious. We know this is going to be hectic right here. We know it's going to be hectic right here. It'd be ideal if it just broke straight through. If you're in puts, that is. It would be ideal if it just broke straight through. But because we expect it to be hectic, we could form another blue. They could do this. Right? Or, okay, I already have it drawn right here. And then, so your ideal for calls, probably somewhere up here. So we had a break. They're going to retest it, and let's see if they reject it. I'm just going to slide this over a little bit. We had a break. They're retesting. We need to see if they're going to reject now. But this is going to be hectic in here. The same way how it was this morning. Or, you know, a couple hours ago. It's going to be hectic in here. Right in this area. I recommend wait for it to be obvious. It'll be obvious. You know, still inside a zone, probably not obvious. Wait for it to get a little bit of space. Or if you're taking the risk to minimize if you're taking the early risk, the benefit there is you can put a very tight stop. The more confirmation you wait for, the wider your stop has to be. So here we're contending with two separate ideas, right? The rejection off 36.25 or the break and retest underneath 36.25. So there's going to be a lot of drama right up in here. This blue still holding up, right? Still holding up. Okay. Look at this. Look at the perfection. Look at the perfection. Oh man. This is too easy. Again, today we had ideals. Ideal. It was ideal. Look at this. Where's the mascot? Let's get the Lokes. Easy money. Here's no man's land. Figure out your life now. Here's no man's land at the 50-50. Now we're going to find out. Now we're going to find out what they want to do. I'm just going to slide this over just a little bit. The only issue with this purple is that it's inside the no man's land. I want it to be below. Let them figure it out in here, okay? Let them figure it out. If you didn't already take a trade, now it's time to wait. All right, so we see the purple and the blue still holding up. Purple and blue still holding up. You asked about the 5-minute chart, Oz? Absolute perfection. Absolute perfection. From the break of purple up here, let's measure it. 37.19 to 35.27. This is good money. We still have about 2 minutes on the candle. So remember, we're at this 50-50. So we're going to see what they want to do. Let's just make sure it all makes sense. This area right here is going to determine our 30-minute chart. So the purple's still holding up, the blue's still holding up. We don't know, right? We don't know. Wait for it to be obvious. The only thing we're up against is we're at a 50-50 during lunch time. That's the only annoying thing. We're at a 50-50 during lunch. We got some super lick right here. All right, here's some super lick. Don't get excited. Let's check on VWAP. Oh, we're right on VWAP. We're right on VWAP. I guess that's not a coincidence that VWAP is at our 50-50. Probably not a coincidence. Wait for it to get some distance. I'm gonna clean up the chart just a bit. All right, we're at key level now. We're at key level, in between two major key levels, right? The super lick and what is this? 35, 36. Uh-huh. Let it play out. Now remember, we're still inside blue, so blue has all this room to move around. I'm just going to clean up the chart just a little bit. See if we can get another little push down here. That'll be nice. Super lick's gonna be tough. Super lick and this lick right here. We're at two major levels, so let's see what they want to do. Protect your trade. Super League, why? I don't know why, just because it's in between. Oh, why was it here? Is that why you're asking? Why is Super League here? I don't know exactly why what you're asking, Jones. All I have to say is look at the money we just printed. That's all I got to say. Now, Oz, look. Why did you call it super look? Oh, because we were at this level. See this original lick box here? And then, I don't know, something just told me that there's extra liquidity here. That it's going to be tough to break it. Why is it super lick? I don't know, it just makes sense. That's what my eyes tell me, Jones. I don't know how to answer the question. My eyes are telling me that there's a whole bunch of liquidity right here because look, I have a 50-50 here. I have a no man's land here. I see, and we're coming up to the top of this lick box here. You see maybe a break and retest right here. So I don't know, just look at the money we just printed. Look at the money. Look at the money we just printed. If you took the break of purple, still inside the blue, and you're trailing along the blue, like I've been saying all... Man, I don't know how long I've been saying this for. Look at the money we just printed. Look at the money we just printed. Oh my goodness. There it is. There it is. Whoo! How you doing, Oz? How you doing, Oz? Why is everyone so quiet? We just printed a whole bunch of money. Look at the money we just printed. All right, we're coming up to the bottom of this lick box here. Be careful here, which is also lining up with this purple. So protect your trade, take your profit, whatever you're going to do here. It may get a little bit violent here, okay? On your 5. Oz, you asked me about that 5-minute chart? Absolute perfection. Absolute perfection. And I told everyone in the Discord, I told you. Oh man. Hold on, let me adjust. Give me a second. I'm still here. Look at the money we just printed. Look at this. Oh my goodness. Look, I told everybody this purple's holding up and the blue's holding up. We're gonna see who's gonna win. Super lick. There's so many opportunities we had here. Look at the money. Oh my goodness. Oh, Oz took it on the 5. Look at Oz on the 5. Wow. Look at the money Oz just printed. Day 1. Damn, it feels good to be a gangster. All right, look, we're going to see some hostility right here, right? We're on the bottom of this lick box and we hit target right here. So be careful here. I just did a whole bunch of talking on mute. I just did a whole bunch of talking on mute, and that's embarrassing. Let me adjust my stops really quick. All right, now look. If you're scalping on the break of this magenta, when I told everyone, all right, we see some weakness in this magenta on the 5, we're hitting I don't have anything past this. We're hitting the upper level of this lick box here. If let's say you took the put here, you have to put your stop above where? The last high. And then what you have to do? Ride down blue. This is the ideal scenario. Then your stop has to be along the blue. Whenever blue were to break, then that means you're out of the trade. Been saying blue. Look, we're in blue. We're in blue. You should be trailing along blue. Blue, 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 blue. There's nothing more I can do. I've done my job today. All right, this one just got me on my first set. I'm gonna be quiet here. I'm gonna try to be somebody I'm not. I'm gonna be quiet for a little bit. We're on the bottom of this lick box here, and we know that there's a lot of liquidity. Hold on, let me clean it up. We know there's a lot of liquidity on this purple. Okay, so we have to be a little bit cautious here. They might want to retest VWAP if they want to continue down. If we get above VWAP, then maybe we're gonna chop around here for the rest of the day. All right, let's look at our 30-minute. Look at the teal. It's just bouncing in between. Teal, teal, teal. So this is going to be the trend until it's not. So look at the 30-minute. We're going to use this teal, okay? This one right here. Which might be somewhere similar to this purple. That teal might be this purple. So this is where I get into trouble, right? Because now I'm going to start moving my stops, and this is where I'm going to get into trouble. This is where I always kick myself. I'm like, man, I could have made more money. But we'll see. Yep, stop myself out. Okay. I think this was a very good trade either way. I'm not going to be upset. I had a very good entry, so this is a good trade. It's a very good trade. Remember, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. On the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast and affiliate companies are not liable for any loss inflicted in relation to its content. And then go to the website, livespytrading.com, so I can get you sorted out. This is very easy. On the 5-minute, if you're on YouTube, you don't have access to the 5-minute chart. The entry was on the break of purple, or you could have waited for this shoulder right here that I drew far, far, far in advance. I mean, you're talking about hours in advance. This is very simple. We're still working inside of our lick boxes that I provided much earlier, actually before the market opened. Before the market opened, we already had an idea. Let's see if they want to retest VWAP right here. This is a very good trade. Very good trade. This is the ideal scenario. This is what we like. Ideal. And then at 8:15 Pacific Standard, so 11:15, one of the members has, you know, all the fancy stuff, and he's like, look, the GEX is screaming puts. So right around here when we were testing this purple right here, come on, man, this thing, it's okay. I'm not gonna be upset. I'm not gonna be upset. It always happens. It's always the same thing. It's always the same thing. But anyways, at right on the break of this purple, one of the members said the GEX is screaming puts. I mean, there's only so much we can do. Every time. It's okay. I'm not upset. Hold on. Do I want a revenge trade? That's the question. Do I want to revenge trade? I think my thing is I just like going to key level. That's just my thing. I'm just comfortable with key level. As long as I'm at key level, then whatever happens past that is you know, we do okay. We do okay. We do what we need to do. Man, I can feel the revenge trade building, but I'm gonna. $34.23 has a lot of support. hella support at 34.23. Maybe we form some secondary liquidity right here. I'm about to find out. If they do this again for another few hours, I'll be upset. That's what they did yesterday. For like the whole day. The whole day in this little tight range. Alright, there's probably nothing to do in here, right? Let them figure it out. We see we have our break of our blue. Secondary liquidity blue. Now we need to see what they want to do on VWAP. Alright, here goes the retest of VWAP as expected. Somewhere above this lick box here would be ideal for calls. Puts, you're stuck between VWAP and this and this right here. Man, that 50 moving average is looming close by. If they don't test it today, I won't be surprised if overnight or after hours. All right, if you took the break of blue, you need to protect your trade now. We're at VWAP, so we need to see what they want to do at VWAP. We already knew they were going to, we didn't know, but we had a good idea that they wanted to test VWAP again. All right, we're testing this 36.25 again. Major level right here. I'm not saying you need to stop yourself out. I'm saying you need to adjust your stops. Be reasonable. This 36.25 for some reason has been maybe like a POC, point of control. They've been respecting this purple on the 5-minute chart. I believe it's this teal. So on our 5-minute chart, let's see what they want to do inside here now, okay? Look for a break and retest either direction. Below the water on the 5, below the water on the 30. Just got above the water on the 1, but maybe starting a weak cycle here.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
A lot needs to happen on the put side for the legs to split back open. This 36.25 being a nemesis. Okay. Okay. All right, we can call blue. Whichever one, wouldn't have mattered. If you would have took this blue or this blue, if you put your stop below the last low, either one would have worked. Protect the trade. We knew VWAP, we knew they were going to want to retest VWAP. I literally said it out loud. They're going to want to retest VWAP. We see they had a break to VWAP, a retest of this right here, and the reject. Okay. I'm pretty sure everyone heard me when I said they're gonna want to retest VWAP. That would let's see what they want to do when they retest VWAP. Remember? I don't know if you remember, but I'm pretty sure I said it out loud. Hopefully I wasn't on mute. All right, if anyone took above, what is this? 36.25, this is over a full point. Protect your trade. Collect your money. Easy money. Easy money. All right, protect your trade. We don't know what's going to happen here. We know there's a lot of liquidity right here, though. Damn, this one just took me out from my my first set on my revenge call, my revenge trade call options. This one just took me out of my first set. Got a little bit of room here. I was following a little too close to the sun. Wait for all this if you're waiting for it. Okay. Just letting these runners run now. I'm gonna adjust my stops. I got stopped out on 12:06 candle on my first set. My next set still running. I gave it room until 36.25, so and it never really got tested, so we're still good. If you're trading off the 5-minute chart and you got in on 36.32, this is the end of the path here, so protect your trade now. Mic check, mic check. Okay. Microphone works. No one's talking. All right, now I'm gonna fly a little close to the sun here, so I'm probably gonna move my stops. I'm gonna see if I can line it up with 37.17. See, I'm not going to survive a weak cycle, so I'm going to slowly inch it up little by little, because I know I'm not going to want to survive a weak cycle here. I'm going to be happy with this trade. This is a good trade. We knew they were going to test VWAP, right? We had an idea of that whenever it broke the blue. Most likely they're going to want to retest VWAP. It's just pretty sure I said it. No, I 100% said it. They're about to stop me out. They're dancing right on the stop. They got me. Okay, this is a good trade. Very good trade. Can't be upset with that. Yeah, we made good money here. So whichever one you did, if you did this break a blue here, let's say 3502, let's even say 3524. To the key level 3720. This is good money. This is very good money. Very good money. All right, we need this to break and retest up here if they want to do something. Damn, we had a good day today. We had an absolutely phenomenal day today. All right, I'm gonna clear this up. This one played out, right? It went exactly to wherever I drew this. Now look, I get lucky on these, so it went exactly to the level. I mean, this is just perfect. So clear this up, clear this up. Now we gotta wait for the next play. I'm gonna take a quick break. Do not overtrade. I'll be right back. Man, it better not go up, man, after they just stopped me out. I mean, I got good money off of it. I'm not gonna complain. But I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. One of these days, I'm gonna survive the week cycle. I swear I am. One of these days. I can never survive the week cycle. I'm not upset. It's okay. Let's see if they're gonna break and retest here. I'm not upset. One of these days, I'll survive the week cycle. I swear. I'm just not built for it. Not yet. I just can't leave money on the table like that. That's my problem. There's resistance at 37.67. Use your 5-minute chart for your safety. If they chop around in here for the rest of the day, that'd be completely reasonable. If they did this all day for the rest of the day, that's reasonable. I'll be right back. Let me take my break. Don't overtrade.
bitch on that beat going crazy. bitch on that beat going crazy. on that beat, going crazy. Rage on that beat, going crazy.
All right, pay attention right here. So now we're going to get a chance to see if they're going to retest this. Here, let me clear this up really quick. Underneath red, above green. All right, I'm going to clear this up. Listen, watch. Now we're going to get a chance to see if one of these two things are going to happen. Are they going to break, retest, and reject? Maybe inside of this orange here? Or are they going to make this inverse head and shoulder like this? So look, we know we built up all this liquidity in here. Look at all this liquidity we built up in here. Now how are they going to react to it? Are they going to break, retest it, and reject underneath it to maybe hit this last level here, whatever I have here? Or are they grabbing liquidity from right here, this 35.87, to get it to push up to break this liquidity here, to break orange, and then retest and reject? So we're about to find out. And you know this 36.25 has been the point of control all day. POC, point of control. The price always wants to go back to 36.25. So I'm going to clean this up just a little bit. Does everyone understand what I have on the screen? The risk is the chop right here. This is the risk, that they're just going to chop sideways between 37 and 35 for the rest of the day. That's our risk. A little bit of weakness on our 30-minute chart. We may be testing the water on our 5-minute chart. And the 1-minute chart, we're below the water, hoping for, if you're in puts, you're hoping for a weak cycle, right? I'm going to clean this up just a little bit because it looks a little confusing. We're about to test this water line on the 5. Water line looks like 35.71. All right, they're testing the water line on the 5 right now. Maybe retesting 3625. I'm just gonna clean the chart up just a little bit, just so we could see a little bit better. If you took yellow, you need to protect this trade. Plenty of time, plenty of room to protect this trade. With profit. Got about a minute and 20 seconds on the candle. There it is. Easy money, right? Easy money. We see the break, retest, and reject of our yellow right here. Yellow right here on the 5. Protect your trade now. Can't lose from here. Whatever happens, happens. You can't lose though. We broke the water line. We see weakness right here on the 30-minute chart. We see the weakness with the indecision, the 2 dojis. This one should have told us something. The engulfing candle, right? We see we're in currently the bear cycle. We didn't know if it was going to be a weak bear. We found out on the break of, what do you call it? Yellow. Break a yellow underneath VWAP. Protect your trade. You can't lose from here. Now, it would be nice if they targeted the bottom of this lick box, maybe red. That'd be nice, but we can't guarantee it, so just protect your trade. Don't let it go against you.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
Easy money, right? How long do I have to wait? Almost 45 minutes for this one. This is a long hold, but we're coming up against theta, so I'm probably gonna start closing these out. I'm gonna start closing these out because the theta is starting to kick in right now, and we need movement. I'm hoping for one more little drop here. One more little drop. If I get one more nice candle, I'll adjust all the stops, and then wherever I get stopped out, I get stopped out, and then I'm gonna call it. There we go. There we go. That's what we wanted right there. Okay, we had a good day. Very good day. Very good day. It's about to stop me out. I'm not going to survive above this dotted line here. I'm not going to survive. I'm going to take my profit. Theta's kicking in. And I'm going to... There we go. That's what we needed right there. See, because I need that movement. I'm probably going to start chasing it. Maybe I shouldn't because there's still 3 minutes on this candle. So maybe I need to give it some room. But, you know, I don't want theta to start eating away the contract. It needs to go. It needs to move. We don't have a lot of time here. That's what we needed. So we got almost 2 minutes on it. We needed this movement right here. I'm probably going to start to use the 1 minute to start trailing because I'm getting a little bit greedy now and I don't want to give up any money. I'm getting a little greedy and I don't want to give up any money. If we don't have the movement, you know, if it starts going sideways or even against me, I'm going to take what I can. There we go. This is the movement we need, right? This is how we can fight off theta. I'm gonna trail this. I'm chasing this. I don't care if I get stopped. Plenty of money today. If we get stopped out, we get stopped out. I don't care. Because I know I'm not gonna survive any drawdown here. So, and I'm gonna call it for the day. If we don't get the movement I want, I'm just going to get stopped out and I'm going to be happy with what I got. There we go. A little bit more. 18. Beautiful. Beautiful move. Beautiful play. This is everything, you know, was pretty ideal today. Today was the ideal day. I'm going to chase this a little bit tougher. And then I'll take a little break, even though I've been on break. Kinda. There we go. Good move. Look at the money we just printed. Look at the money we just printed. Let me get this. Look at this. Look at the money we just printed. All right, I'm gonna be a little bit cautious here because I know we're coming up to key level, and there's probably gonna be a little bounce right here at this level too. Absolutely beautiful day. Absolutely beautiful. Look at the money we just printed. We had to hold this for damn near an hour. Now we're getting the movement we want, right? This is the movement we want. Now we can fight theta like this. Look at the money we just printed. Here we go. Here we go. Oh no. I'm flying close to the sun. I don't care. I don't care. I'm gonna take this. I can't sit here and babysit it. I gotta get off. This was my target right here, so I think this is a good trade. I think this is a very good trade. You know, this is what I wanted to happen. From yellow down to the target. Right? This is right down to red. Exactly down to red. This is, you know, if it goes beyond, great. But that was the trade. That's a good trade. That was a good trade. Man, you think it's going to keep going, Cruz? Good trade, right? Good trade, Ghost. This is a good trade. Excellent trade. I mean, if it goes more, great. But I have to get off soon. Oh, look. Oh, come on, man. That's okay. I'm not upset. I'm not upset. It hit the target, you know. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. I got stopped out right here on this candle on the green. 1441. Look at the money that just got printed. They always know. They always know. He said slap, but I'm happy, right? I got slapped too. Slapped in the face and they keep going. Slapped, but I'm happy. Ghost, you're into that weird stuff. I don't want to see your internet search history. Ghost has some strange things on his internet search history. This is a good trade. This was you know, this is pretty textbook, right? We had either the purple here, the yellow here. Here, let me adjust that. The yellow here. Look at the money. Damn, man. If this was like early on in the day, I definitely would have held, but It's okay. I'm not upset. It's this is a wow. Wow. So look, if you took the safety, you need to protect your trade. We're on key level 30. What is this? 3404, or excuse me, 3401. You need to protect the trade. If you took the red ranger, protect your trade. Very good day. We had a very good day. I'm not going to complain. We do this every day. I'm not going to be mad about this one little move right here. I mean, it was a pretty good, this was a good move. Especially if you're already in the trade and you don't have to take any more risk. You've already taken the risk. It kind of hurts a little bit, but you know, that was the risk I decided to take. And I should have been gone by now because I'm like, look, I got to get out of here. And I'm still here because I'm FOMOing. So that's what's happening right now. I already know it. I'm still here because I'm FOMOing, like looking at what could have been, you know. $32.90 as target. Where's $32.90? Okay. Oh, the bottom of this like box right here. Oh, that's $32.99. Close enough. Damn, see, now it hurts. Now it's starting to hurt. Now it's starting to hurt. 30. There's one full point I gave up. One full point. It's okay. We had a good day. Red Ranger, super hit. You see what I'm saying with the safeties? If you just wait for the safety, you'll be fine. You will be fine. This is a good day. We had a very good day. Runch time was like, it was runching, right? Runch time was runching for sure. But we made it through. We identified purple and yellow. I told you all to pay attention to this orange, and we only got literally 30 cents out of it. It hit key level and rejected at 37.93, so it was literally maybe 30 cents. But we had to catch it. If you got caught up here, we had to catch it on the downside on the break of purple or the break of yellow. So this is what I'm saying. It's very hard to be wrong twice in a row. This is what I mean by that. Because I myself got caught on orange. So that's just what it is. You're not going to win them all. I got caught on orange. I didn't take a big loss, but didn't win it because I knew what my what the criteria was, right? I already have it right here. So from orange, I got a pretty good entry. From orange to right here to the bottom. That's all we needed to do. Now on the other side, we waited for this. We saw the rejection. We went below purple. We went below yellow. Okay, purple right here. So from 37, this is 4 points. You see what I'm saying? It's hard to be wrong twice in a row. This is a good example of what I'm talking about. This is a perfect example of what I'm talking about because it happened to me. I got caught on orange. I didn't hold the bag, but I got caught. Definitely got caught. I FOMO'd in because I had a good entry around here. This was my actual entry. So we had an entry over here, and then I got greedy. I went for it again, didn't work out, but we caught on the downside. Hard to be wrong twice in a row. We had a good day. I'm gonna start getting ready in the background. I'm gonna let this run for a little bit. This was absolutely perfect. We only have what, an hour and change left? Hour and 15 minutes left. I'm gonna let this run in the background. I'm gonna start getting ready. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. I'm gonna be quiet for a little bit. but I'm not going to be here. I'm going to be off to the side. Okay, I think I'm going to call it here. They're probably going to go test VWAP again. For YouTube, if you're interested in learning how to trade with us, all the information. Today we did a lot of 1 minute stuff, but in general, all the information's on our 5-minute chart. Our 5-minute chart holds all the keys. If you want access to the 5-minute chart, go to livespytrading.com. We just had someone today that joined on their first day. They took profit. If you want to see for yourself, join the Discord. You can see for yourself. There's no obligation required. If you want to cancel after a week, you can go ahead and cancel it. But until then, we're going to do the same thing tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow's either going to be really short. Tomorrow's either going to be really short, or I might not be able to trade, but I'm going to set you guys up with the trading plan. So I'll let you know tomorrow morning. I'm definitely going to make a trading plan, and I'll let you guys know tomorrow morning. But tomorrow's session may be very short, okay? All right, YouTube, it's been a pleasure. Have a good day. Goodbye.